Welcome into the Hot Shop. We're going to be working on a couple of different projects today. And just to let you guys know, we do have a large group of kids coming in. So don't be afraid. If you have any questions, just raise your hand and I'll see you in the back. But this on the front pedestal right here is one of the projects that we're going to be working on. These little candy cane pitchers, so they called them. And these are just going to go into the Museum of Glass store when they're finished. All right, welcome into the Hot Shop to everyone who just joined. And is this everyone in your group? It's a pretty small group. All right, so I just want to start off with, if you guys ever have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. But before you ask your questions, I just want to give you a little bit of information about the Hot Shop and what we're going to be working on today. So just getting those out of the way. We're going to be working on a couple of different projects today. This is one of the projects that we're working on today, which is a candy cane pitcher, and these will eventually go into the Museum of Glass store. And at the center bench is where we will blow this piece out. And this piece that we're working on, it could either be one of these pitchers, or they told me that they're creating some of these wine jugs as well. And so we'll see how this piece turns out as they continue working. And to start off with a little tour of the Hot Shop, over in the back here behind Ben, you can see there's this large tank with a closed door. And this is where we're getting all of our clear molten glass, specifically clear. And you could imagine this is just a giant ceramic tank, and it has this large pool of molten glass, kind of the texture of honey, and it sits in there at a very steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And so when they use that furnace again, I'll make sure to point it out. You'll see that the texture of the glass is very viscous and sticky, just like honey, as I mentioned. It's going to stick to the glass that they already have. And these open face furnaces at each bench, we have multiple on today. These are for reheating only. They don't have any glass inside of them. I like to point that out just to prevent any confusion. So anytime we're going into this furnace, we're making the glass a little bit more molten again, kind of the texture of taffy or putty. And as I mentioned, we have multiple of these on right now. We will actually turn these off at the end of the day and turn them back on in the morning to reheat. But our glass furnaces, they stay on 24/7 to make sure that that molten glass is always ready for us to use. And at the center bench, you may have briefly missed it, but Ben actually used a piece of chalk to mark these perfect little rings around the glass bubble that he has. And this is just going to guide where they're going to place these little lines of glass around the piece. And now that I've given just a little bit of an overview, I will welcome questions. So if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. So the basic glass mixture inside of the furnace, when it's clear, is mostly silica sand, as you might imagine. We melt sand to create glass. There's also a couple of other ingredients to kind of lower the melting point of the glass, such as soda ash and limestone. And this is just going to make it melt at a lower temperature of 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know that doesn't sound very low, but it is low compared to what it would be without those materials. And for the colored glass, just to give you an example, white glass can come from tin and antimony, which are two different metals on the periodic table. So different colors will come from different metals and minerals mixed into the glass. And it looks like we've applied just one ring of white around our piece so far. And they're going to have to do this over and over until they've completely covered up those little lines of chalk that they have on the bubble. And as you may have noticed, they're cutting off a little bit of glass before they place it onto the bubble. And this is to kind of sharpen the end of that white colored glass so that the line that they create on the bubble is really thin. And I believe this is a solid white color. And what it probably looked like originally was this little piece of color bar, which is right here in my hand. So this is just solid color through and through. And we'll take this piece of color and then stick it on the end of a pipe with a little bit of clear glass as an attachment, and then just melt it down and use it. And that's how we get some really smooth colors in the Hot Shop. So this bubble itself too, it has a color underneath the white. It's really hard to tell what the color of the glass exactly is until it started to cool down to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Then we could start to see more of that true color. And for the two who recently joined, as you can see, we're currently working on a project at the center bench here. Just let me know if you have any questions. We've just started this project. I believe it's going to turn out to be a wine jug. This is what they said that they were working on today. And we've just worked on applying these really thin white lines all the way around the side of the bubble. And now they're going to be rolling this on a large metal table called the Marver. And the Marver is going to flatten that design out. We want to make sure that that white is kind of flush with the rest of the bubble that we have. And they also use this Marver to kind of push the bubble in a different direction and even sometimes cool down certain areas of the glass to prevent it from blowing out in that direction, because the cold metal table is going to kind of pull the heat out of that hot glass. So this wooden spoon-shaped tool they're using here, this is called the block. And this is usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. And as you can see, this is kind of rounding and smoothing all of that fresh glass out. And this is a prototype that they were just telling me this is a prototype. This is the first piece that they're making today. It is going to turn out to be a wine bottle. So using the block is just to shape the glass, but right now he is actually letting this glass cool down just sitting in the air. And this is most likely so that they can gather another layer of clear over top. And you'll always see them rest the glass like this before they gather their next layer of clear, because the clear furnace is really, really hot and they don't want to lose the shape of what they already have. So this clear layer that they're gathering here is going to build up mass for the piece, of course, but it's also going to add a protective layer of clear over the white color that they just applied. They always will cover up that color on the outside of the glass. And of course, after gathering each layer of clear, they will go back in with that block, smoothing and evening all of that fresh glass out. And we haven't used it yet, but this large fluffy flame torch here we're going to start using. This is running at around the same temperature as the furnace itself, maybe between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But the torch allows us to heat one area of glass specifically instead of heating the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. So we can even some heat out, we can kind of balance it, or we can apply extra heat to one area. And this pad that they're using right here is simply folded up newspaper soaked in water. It's just that simple, and it sounds a little bit weird, but this is pretty much as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glasses, this newspaper. And sometimes after gathering that clear, the heat will start to kind of travel towards the artist's hands. So over on the right, Sarah's using a pipe cooler. And this is just a trough of water, splashes water up onto the pipe, cools it down pretty rapidly. So now you can see we're handling the pipe a lot closer to the glass again since that's cooled down. And hanging the glass down towards the floor like this, you'll see a slight change. The glass is going to physically stretch itself towards the floor. And this is going to give us a little bit of a longer and thinner or narrower shape of the glass. Basically just using gravity as another one of our tools. And we can do the opposite, of course, as well. We can hold the bubble up towards the ceiling, and this will create a squatter, wider shape of the glass. And at that point, you could see that they blew it out quite a bit. So this piece is a lot larger now. And next, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades here. And he's actually not closing the jacks very much. He's leaving them open and he's pulling away from the pipe, and this is stretching a neck into the piece. So this will be the neck of this wine bottle. And to stretch this neck even further, they were just heating up that cold area in the back before going in with that pair of jacks once again and creating something called a jack line. So this little line that they're creating here is where they're going to remove this piece from the pipe later on. And for those who just joined, we're going to be working on a couple of different projects today, but the specific one that we're working on right now is going to be a wine bottle. And this is just the first piece we're making today, so they said that these are kind of prototypes, so don't be too surprised if they aren't happy with how it turns out, but it's looking pretty good so far. And then our other project that we might work on today is these pitchers on this front pedestal right here. These are candy cane pitchers, and these will eventually go into the store for purchase here at the museum. And if you guys ever have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. So the open phase furnaces that they're using at each bench, these are running usually between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have multiple of them on, but they're not really that different from each other. They'll usually run around the same temperature. And then of course our glass furnace is this large tank with the closed door here. So this is where we're getting all of our clear molten glass. It's basically just this giant pool of it inside of this ceramic tank. And so to gather it, they just heat up their pipe a little bit, and then they stick it into the glass and turn, and kind of like gathering honey on the end of a wooden dowel, it will just collect on the pipe and create a ball. And you can really start to see this wine bottle taking shape. They keep heating it up and blowing it out a little bit and then stretching it towards the ground by hanging it down. So they're using multiple techniques and multiple tools to get the shape that they're going for. And this pad here, I didn't mention to you new guys, this is simply a stack of newspapers been folded up and soaked in water or kind of splashed in water. And this is enough protection that they could just use their hands to shape the glass at this point pretty much. So they're using that on the side of this bottle to push the glass in and kind of out. It's going to create that longer, narrower shape. And as you can see, they've focused a lot of the heat on just the bottom of this piece, and they're going to now use a wooden paddle to apply pressure to that bottom that is nice and hot, and this is going to flatten the bottom of this piece out. And while they're doing this, they remain on the side of the piece with the jack still, just making sure that the glass doesn't push out in a different direction from pressing on the bottom. So this has created a pretty nice 90-degree angle on the bottom. And the back end of this piece, kind of where the glass is connected to the pipe, has gotten pretty cold at this point, so they're going to reheat that area using this large fluffy flame. We want to make sure all of the glass is at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer, otherwise we can get cracking and breaking from thermal shock, so this is very important. And at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, as you may notice, the glass is pretty much completely hard again, and it will act as normal glass. So this is the temperature that we will usually put it away as well. And now that they have the lower half of this piece complete, they've brought over a second pipe with a clear attachment on it, and this is called the punty. The punty will basically flip the orientation of the piece as it's connected to the bottom, and then they break the piece away from its original pipe. And to break this piece off, they will usually apply a little bit of water to that connecting point, as they are right here, and then tap the pipe, and that should break this piece cleanly off. So now you can see we have access to the other side of the piece, as well as an opening on that side, so we can start to open this up a little bit and finish it off. And because this piece was just broken off, they want to make sure that they're heating up the opening of this piece. They don't really want to alter the rest of the piece since it's already looking good. So to apply this extra heat, they're using that large torch once again. And of course, when we're working on any part of the piece, they're always going in and out of the furnace, keeping it nice and warm. And this is called flashing, when they're going in for brief moments and just heating it up again. So it looks like with these newspapers, they were kind of narrowing the opening of the neck. So with those newspapers, if you're wanting to squeeze in on the piece, you can actually physically use your hands to kind of pinch together and create a waist in the piece, kind of like this dip in, or you can even do something like tightening the neck as they just did there as well. And it looks like there's quite a bit of excess glass on this piece, so to take it off, they're going in with the jacks and creating a divot right where they want to break off that excess glass. And it's important that when they're doing this, they're not cinching all the way down. They want to be able to have air passing through into that opening still. And now that this glass has cooled down a little bit, they're able to break off that end piece using a pair of diamond shears. Those were those shears that created that diamond shape when the blades came together. So actually, I want to point something out to you guys real quick. So this little piece of glass that I have in my hand is called color bar. And we'll get this shipped in this really long bar form and then chop it up into however much we need for the project. And then we'll melt down this section of color bar and kind of drop it onto a small clear bubble and spread it over top of that clear bubble. And that process is called a color overlay. That's how we get that really smooth layer of color across the entire piece. So it looks like this piece might be green in the body. So most likely they took a transparent green and wrapped that around a clear bubble. And then with the white stripes, they actually heated up a section of this bar, and then they just took the raw form of the bar itself and kind of wrapped it around the entire bubble. And the different colors themselves come from different metals and minerals mixed into the glass. So white is tin and antimony, which are two metals right next to each other on the periodic table. And then I'm sure, of course, you guys have heard of cobalt blue glass. So cobalt can be mixed into glass to get that rich blue. And those are just a couple of examples I'm sure they can combine many different metals to get kind of an in-between of color as well. But everything in that furnace is just clear. And we have two of these technically, but they're both clear so that one can charge and kind of melt new glass while the other one is usable in that moment. And it looks like they're getting ready to break this piece off. So Gabe was just briefly heating up those gloves that he's wearing. We want to make sure not to touch the hot glass with anything cold. And then just like earlier, to break it off, they apply water and then tap the pipe. And they're also going to torch the bottom, which is going to get rid of any leftover sharp ends that remain. And this also allows them to stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo if they wish, or they just leave it as it is right here and put it away in the annealer, which is the large black box over on the far right wall today. And this is going to just keep it at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit until they press a button, and then it slowly cools down everything that's inside of it all at once. In this process, it usually cools down at least overnight, if not a little bit longer, depending on the thickness of the glass. And so that was our first piece done. And they should get started on the next one pretty soon here. And now you can see the texture of the fresh clear glass over on the left here. So the glass fresh out of the furnace really is a lot like the texture of honey. and welcome to everyone who just joined into the Hot Shop. Today we are working on a couple of different projects, but what we're getting started with here is going to eventually be a wine bottle. And they're getting started over on that left bench, it looks like. This is usually starting with the application of color, so this is specifically going to be a color overlay, where they take a piece of color bar, kind of like what I have in my hand here, and they'll melt this down and then drop it onto a small clear bubble. And this is going to just create a really smooth, even layer of color across our piece. So you'll see that process up on the screen. You can see Gabe is working with that color right now. And I want to point out this glass furnace that Sarah's gathering from right here. This is holding about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays running at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, and this is constant. It's running 24/7 to make sure that that glass stays nice and hot. And then our open face furnaces, these are running between 2,100 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, depending on how quickly we want to heat something up. And these do not have glass inside of them. I want to point that out. They're just used for reheating. And as I mentioned, we are going to be getting started on a wine bottle. And just to let you guys all know, if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And that applies to everyone in the entire audience. So these pieces that we're working on today, since we are kind of practicing with them and just practicing different designs, these are a little bit more experimental, which means that the pieces take a little bit longer. I would say that if they were making the same thing over and over again, pieces can be as quick as 30 minutes, or maybe they average out about an hour. And they can be up to maybe a whole day or even longer. You can set glass aside and cool it down and then reheat it later on. So you can actually have multi-day projects. But average, I would say about an hour for each piece. So this is a little bit of a long story, but the cone that we're inside of is based off of these old wood burners we used to have along this waterway here. And these burners were called wigwam burners or beehive burners. And they were shaped just like this cone that we're inside of right now. So this is just kind of paying tribute to what this area used to be. And of course, the cone that we're inside of is tilted on its side just to give us a little bit more floor space. So that's my short explanation of this cone that we're inside of here. And you can see that they just melted down that color and dropped it on top of that small clear bubble. And they're going to start rolling this back and completely covering up that clear bubble, which is going to create that smooth, even layer of color. And for those who just joined, I wanted to let you guys know what we're working on currently. So for those who just joined, we're working on a wine bottle right now. And this is the very beginning of the process where we apply the base color that's going to be on the entire bottle itself. And then later on, we'll probably be applying some designs. They said something about drawing on the bottle, so we'll see what that means a little bit later on. And we just finished one of them, so I'd say these pieces average out to about 45 minutes to an hour each. So this metal table here is called a marver, and we have marvers throughout the hot shop. Our largest one is right here at the center bench, but they'll use a smaller marver to push that color back and completely cover up the clear bubble. So as you can see, we can't really see that clear bubble underneath the color anymore, and this is just creating that smooth layer of color across our entire piece. And right now it's really hard to tell what color this piece is going to end up being, and this is because the color is really concentrated and the glass is really hot. Whenever any glass is hot, it's going to glow this bright orange, and then as it cools down more and more, you'll be able to see more of that true color. So now they've just sat down at the center bench with this bubble of glass. They already have that color applied to the surface, but now Ben is actually heating up a small stick of glass, and this could be called a stringer. It's just a really thin strand of glass, really. And he's going to be drawing on the surface of this glass bubble using this small focused flame and that stringer at the same time. So this is what I was talking about earlier when they were saying that they were going to draw on the glass. So they're going to be creating a design using the stringer. And I believe that this stringer is just clear. And the effect that this is going to give later on is it's going to kind of push the colored glass in, and you'll be able to see a kind of a different texture from where that clear glass has been placed. So they've just gathered a fresh layer of clear glass. So it looks like it's glowing orange right now, but once again, it's just because this glass is really hot right now. So as this glass cools down, you'll be able to see more of that true color again. And of course, as they blow this glass out, the glass is going to get thinner, and this is also going to thin out the color that they have on the bubble and allow you to see through it a little bit better. So we're not using this right now quite, but later on we may be using something called cane, which are just these sticks of colored glass. And you can have some really complicated pieces of cane, or you can just have something as simple as one color, like what I'm holding right here. So we can lay these out side by side on a tray, and then roll a bubble over top of them, and this is going to pick them up and create this perfect even striping across the piece, which is how we got these striping on these pieces right here on this front pedestal, was using those pieces of cane. So every now and then when we gather clear glass, we'll use the pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water. It splashes water up onto the pipe, and this will cool it down so we can handle the pipe closer to the glass again. As you can imagine, when we're going into the glass furnace, the entire furnace is sitting at around 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and we have to stick that pipe pretty deeply in there sometimes to get the glass, and so that heat can kind of travel up the pipe. So the best way I can describe the pipe and the heat from the furnaces is maybe like a frying pan and a frying pan handle. So as long as you're not sticking the handle directly in the heat, you can still touch it. You can move the pan around and use it. So that's basically the same idea here. As long as you're not sticking the area that you're handling of the pipe directly in the heat, it's okay, and you don't really need to worry about it. The only time you need to worry about it is if you have really, really large amounts of glass, or if you gather clear glass, then sometimes the heat will travel up, just like it did there. And this pad that we're using here is a stack of newspaper soaked in water. So it's just folded up newspaper right here. And they'll use it to kind of guide which way the bubble is blowing out. And this torch that we're using here is running around the same temperature as the furnace, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch actually allows us to heat one area of the glass, so we can focus extra heat to the glass, or we can kind of balance heat out. So this is a really important step in the wine bottle right here. They're using a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, to kind of push the bubble away from the pipe. They're not cinching all the way down. They're leaving these blades open, and this is stretching a neck into the glass. So this is going to be the neck of the bottle. And then, of course, after they've created the neck, they create a little divot right in between the pipe and the beginning of that neck. And this is where we're going to break this piece off the pipe later on. This is called the jack line. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. As you can see at the center bench, we're currently working on making a wine bottle. And this is pretty far along in the process. We're flattening the bottom of this bottle right now, just giving it a nice flat surface to rest on. And all of our clear glass, I want to give you guys a little tour of the hot shop real quick. All of our clear glass is coming from the large tanks with the closed doors. You can imagine this is just a giant ceramic tank behind that closed door, and it has a large pool of molten glass in it. And this can hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a very steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's over 4 times the heat of your oven at home, for sure. It's very hot. And this torch runs around the same temperature as the furnaces at each bench, maybe between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch, as you can see, is going to heat up one specific area of glass at a time rather than heating up the entire thing overall. So we can focus heat to one area, or we can kind of balance heat out. In this case, the back end of the piece is kind of cold, and we want to make sure everything is at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer so that nothing cracks or breaks from thermal shock. And for everyone who recently joined, I just wanted to let you all know that if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over, and that applies to the entire audience. And I know you guys just joined as I was giving my little explanation, so I just wanted to give a little recap. So at the center bench, we're working on a wine bottle currently. And this has come pretty far along. We're done with the lower half of this piece for the most part. And then we'll attach a second pipe to the bottom of this piece and then break this piece away from the pipe that it's currently attached to. And this is basically going to flip the orientation of the piece. It's going to give us access to the other side. And you'll see that in just a moment. So the second pipe that we attach to the piece is called the punty. This punty, once again, is going to give us access to the other side of the piece. And to break this piece off, all we do is we apply some water to that breaking area, right where the piece is connected to that old pipe. And this is going to cause some shocking and cracking in the glass. And once we've applied that water, all they do is they tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off every time. And because we've just broken this piece off of that old pipe, this area of the glass is kind of cold. So to work with this glass, we have to heat it back up. We're going to focus extra heat with this torch and go back and forth into the furnace. And you guys weren't here for the very beginning of the process, but in the beginning is where we apply our color for this piece. And you can see this piece is probably at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit right now, and this allows you to see the true color of the glass, as the glass is mostly solid at this point, if not completely solid. But the color in glass actually comes from different metals and minerals mixed into the glass itself. And just as an example, I'm sure a lot of you guys have heard of cobalt blue glass. So you can mix cobalt metal into glass to get that rich blue color. And to create white, we would mix tin and antimony into the glass. So this is a piece of color bar right here. This is a piece of solid colored glass. And this is melted down on the end of a pipe and then dropped onto a small clear bubble, and that will create a really smooth, even layer of color across our piece. And to squeeze the neck in a little bit more, Ben is going in with a stack of newspaper soaked in water. That's what that pad was simply just folded up newspaper. And they widen the opening of this piece just a little bit using a pair of jacks, these two metal blades once again. And it looks like there's some excess glass around the opening of this piece, so they're going to cut off a little bit of that excess glass off the end. And just a reminder for everyone, if anyone ever has any questions, it can be about the building, it could be about the artist, it could be about the glass and the process. Any questions at all, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. Now this cone tool they're using really quickly here, I always like to mention this is the Sophietta. And the cone will block off the opening to the piece, and it allows them to blow a little bit more air into the piece to kind of reinflate the shoulder or the neck, anything that they're going for really. And Ben just used the jacks, and that little end piece of glass is basically a handle, and he pulled that glass away from the rest of the piece, and this has stretched out the neck even further. And as you just saw, they broke off that end piece of glass, so now we should have some nice straight even walls for the neck, and they can reopen that little end piece again and just have a perfect finish for this bottle. And this is the second bottle that we've made today. All of these are sort of practice and kind of getting some new techniques in, trying to see different colors and patterns inside of this glass. So it's kind of hard to see, but inside of this bottle, we also have a special design that they created earlier on as well in the body of the bottle. So if you were to look kind of up close, you'd see there's almost like a rippling effect in the glass. And this is because when they had the color on the surface of the glass in the very beginning processes, that blue color, they took a stringer, which is like a thin strand of clear glass, and they actually kind of wrote and drew on the surface of the glass, and this created almost a wavy design across the entire bubble. And then they gathered one more time over top of that with clear. So they're just really trying all these different techniques to try and get different textures and colors for these pieces today. And once again, this torch is going to heat up the back end of the piece. This is the coldest part of the piece right now. We want to make sure nothing drops below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And it looks like they're preparing to break this piece off and put it away. They're finishing it up. And you can always tell when we're getting ready to finish something when you see somebody dressed up in these Kevlar gloves, just like Gabe is over on the table there. And to break this off, just like earlier, they applied a little bit of water to that connecting point and then tapped the pipe, and that broke that piece cleanly off. They're torching the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends before putting it away inside of the annealer, which is going to cool it down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And that was our second piece of the day. You can see our previously made one in there as well. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. I try to do that whenever I have a good audience. Thank you. So that was our second piece of the day. And once again, we should get started on our next piece pretty soon here. So our glass furnace runs 24/7. If I haven't talked about our glass furnace a lot yet, this large tank with the closed door, it runs 24/7 off of natural gas and forced air to make sure that that clear glass is always fresh and hot and ready to use. And then these other furnaces that we have, we usually turn them off at night and then back on in the morning when we're ready to use them again. So relatively simple setup. And here you'll get to see this fresh texture of the clear glass as Gabe is gathering from the clear glass furnace. And this is just a really small bit of clear glass on the end of this pipe. This is going to basically act as a glue as it picks up a piece of color on the end of this pipe. And the color is coming from this really small door in the wall right next to the furnace here. And once again, this is coming in the form of color bar. So they start off with these really long bars of pure glass color or pure colored glass. And they will pick up a small section of them at a time. We want to use as little color as possible, as glass itself is already expensive, but colored glass is even more expensive. So we want to use as little as we can. And while Gabe is heating up this piece of color inside of the furnace, Sarah is creating just a really small clear bubble. And this is the start to our color application process called a color overlay. So they're going to create this small clear bubble and they're going to let it cool down to probably around 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe a little bit warmer. And then they'll drop this color right on top of it and then slowly spread that color, completely covering up that clear bubble. So you can see Sarah's holding this bubble just upright, pointed towards the sky, and this color is just going to be dropped right on top, hence the name Color Drop. And then the name Color Overlay kind of comes into play as they start to roll this color back to cover up that clear bubble. And this little metal table that Sarah's rolling this glass on is called the Marver. And we have Marvers throughout the hot shop. Our largest one, of course, being this large metal one here at the center bench. Very obvious. And we're just going to use this small one because we're working with a really small amount of glass right here. And she's literally pushing this color and kind of rolling it back over the clear to cover up that clear bubble. And if I didn't already mention this color, it's really hard to tell what exactly it's going to turn out to be. Since right now it's really concentrated, it's going to look almost black when you try to see through it, as well as it just being hot in general. So whenever this glass is molten, it's going to be orange no matter what color it is. So as this piece is blown out later on and it becomes a little bit cooler, maybe closer to 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, we'll be able to see that true color of the glass kind of coming through. And now you guys will get to see that technique that they were doing earlier when they applied this stringer, which is that thin stick of glass, to the surface of our colored glass. And it looks like this time we're going to be using a white stringer, so they're going to have white over top of whatever color this is on the bottom here. And to use this stringer, they usually use a pretty small focused flame, as they are right here. They want to have a lot of control over this glass since they're kind of drawing with that piece of glass. So as soon as the end of this glass is heated up, they're able to kind of follow along with that rod of glass and just move it across this piece. welcome to the Hot Shop to everyone who recently joined. So today we're working on a couple of different projects. We made 2 wine bottles so far, and eventually we're going to be working on these pitchers on the front pedestal here as well. But I believe we're still continuing with those wine bottles. They're experimenting with different colors and textures with these wine bottles today, just kind of practicing and finding new designs for these pieces. And with this piece specifically, if you missed it earlier, they applied a smooth layer of color, transparent color, across the entire bubble. And then they actually took a strand or a thick string of glass, kind of similar to this size, and they were using that to draw on the surface of the glass. So they created these white circles across the entire surface of the piece. And of course, whenever we have color on our piece, we want to make sure to cover that in a layer of clear. And this is going to kind of protect that color as well as just building up mass for the piece overall. And just in case you guys haven't been in a hot shop before, you've already seen them use that clear glass furnace, but these run at around 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, 24/7, staying nice and warm, running off of natural gas and forced air. And it holds up to around 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. And we always just leave it completely clear and then apply our color in various ways. And then our open face furnaces, of course, these are just used for reheating only. There's no glass inside of these furnaces. And they run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. We have 2 of these on today just so that we can work at 2 benches at the same time, so mostly for convenience. And if you guys ever have any questions throughout the process, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And that applies to the entire audience. And let's see. This color itself, it looks as if it's orange right now. I just wanted to point out that it's just because it's really hot right now. I kind of like to compare it to lava. It's glowing at this bright orange because it's radiating light and heat at the same time. And that trough of water there is just a pipe cooler. And that was a pretty good shot that we got of it there. But this will just splash water up onto the pipe and cool it down pretty much instantly. And this wooden spoon-shaped tool here is called the block. We'll usually use this after gathering a fresh layer of clear, and it will kind of smooth and even all of that fresh glass out. And this is just going to make sure that bubble blows out evenly from inside of the glass. And this pad that they're using right here is simply a stack of newspaper soaked in water. And this is pretty much as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. I always like to mention that. And they will pretty much every time put more water on top of these papers to prevent them from burning as quickly after they use them. And as you can see, this is kind of able to guide which way the bubble blows out, as well as just shaping the glass in general. And to create this long bottle shape, they're going to be stretching the end of this glass out that's kind of near the pipe to create a neck for this bottle. And for those who just joined, I just wanted to let you guys know that we're currently working on a wine bottle right now. And these are all experimental designs. This is the third wine bottle we'll be creating today. So adding color happens in the very beginning of our process. And we usually use something called color bar, which is just solid colored glass. So this is glass. It just has tin and antimony mixed into it to get the white specifically. And we'll melt down a section of this and then drop it onto a small clear bubble and then kind of spread it over top of the clear bubble. And it creates a layer of color that's smooth and even across the entire piece. So that's how we got that base color for this piece here. Yeah, so every time we go into the furnace, this will melt the glass just a little bit again to give it a taffy or putty texture. So it's moving, but it's not out of control liquid moving. We want to keep it in a balanced temperature. And they're stretching it by hanging it down, like you see right here. And this is both creating a neck for this piece and also creating a longer body for the body of this bottle. So we use all sorts of techniques. Even without physically touching the glass, we can shape the glass by using that gravity. So for those who just joined, I just wanted to let you guys know that we're working on a wine bottle right now. And this will be the third one that we've made today, all of them having different designs and colors. So we're kind of just experimenting a little bit to start our day off. And right now they're just trying to form the body of this bottle. And as soon as they have the body of the bottle done, they'll move on to actually breaking this piece off the pipe and then working on the top of the neck. So you guys came at a good time. And just a reminder, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And we'll actually be making some of these later on today, supposedly. We're just starting with the wine bottles, but these will be in the Museum of Glass store eventually. And to create a longer shape for this body, of course, we're hanging this glass towards the floor. So this is stretching that glass out, basically just using gravity as one of our tools. And sometimes to stretch this even faster, you'll see the artist swing the glass or even completely 360 turn the glass, which is really impressive. But that's only if they really need to stretch it out quickly. And that is basically using centrifugal force, or the outward pulling force, to stretch that glass even further. So they've just heated up the bottom of this piece only, as you saw, and then they applied a paddle to the bottom. This is just a wooden paddle. It's been charred a little bit, so it's kind of hard to tell. But they have flattened the bottom of this piece out, so we are now ready to work on the other side of the piece. And the way that we're going to get access to the other side of the piece is by attaching a second pipe to the bottom, just to the bottom of this wine bottle, and then breaking the wine bottle away from this pipe that it's attached to right now. And this is basically going to flip the orientation of the bottle. So this pad is just folded up newspaper that they've applied water to. And sometimes they'll dunk it fully in water, or they'll just spray a little bit of water on. But yeah, it's just folded up newspaper. Sometimes they'll use a more complex pad that has carbon fiber over the top of it, but they very rarely use that because these are really cheap and easy to use. Yeah, so the material that we use in the gloves for handling the glass in here is a material called Kevlar. So here's a good example of when they would use this torch here. They're torching the back end of the piece. You can see that there's no color left over where this glass is attached to the pipe, which means it's getting pretty cold. And we want to make sure that everything is at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. Otherwise, we can get cracking and breaking from thermal shock. And while he's keeping this glass nice and warm, Gabe is actually preparing that second pipe with that little clear attachment over on the left end of the hot shop. And the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. Just a little name to the item. And you can see that there's a little bit of color in the neck of this bottle now. And Gabe has just finished the punty for this piece and has brought this over. And once again, this is placed right in the center of the bottom of this piece. And as soon as that connection is secure and they're happy with that connection and how it's centered, they will actually apply a little bit of water to that previous connecting point, which is going to cause purposeful shocking and cracking in the glass. So there they're applying that water. Just a couple of little spots of it is all they need. And then they tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. So now you can see we have access to the other side of the piece. And where we broke it off, we also have an opening into the piece as well. So we can turn this fully into a wine bottle, kind of finish off the opening to this piece. So we definitely do have molds that we use for our glass, and we can use molds to get just patterns, or we can have molds that we completely blow into to create an individual piece. And inside of the furnace on the left, actually, there are some pieces that were made probably yesterday. Someone came in and he had a mold that he would blow glass into over and over again to create these, I think they're tumblers to like mix drinks. So yeah, we could definitely do that. These guys hardly use molds to make their glass pieces because a lot of them are very individual. So if we're working with all clear glass, something really special about that is that we can actually completely reuse that clear. We can break it apart, throw it back in the furnace if we're not happy with the product, or if something breaks, or if there's just excess glass, and we can basically reuse that clear. So in front of our furnace that we're using today, we have this large metal bucket, and it's specifically only for clear glass so that we can reuse it. But when it comes to color, because our furnaces are all clear, we can't really reuse that color. It would kind of taint the rest of that clear inside of the furnace. Now, for those who recently joined, as you can see, we're currently working on a wine bottle, and this is our third bottle of the day. And these are all a little bit experimental when it comes to the design and the coloring. So this design has these little white circles, and this was created using a strand of white glass. They would follow along the surface of the colored glass bubble with a small torch and kind of melt as they moved that white glass along. And we are getting pretty close to finishing this piece. They're just finishing off the opening of this piece and making sure everything is nice and straight before they put it away. And another project that we may be working on later today, which some of you I already told you, are these little peppermint pitchers right here. And these will eventually go into the Museum of Glass store. So you'll get to see those a little bit later on. We're working on multiple projects today. And on the opening of this piece, Ben has just created a little disc shape. And he's going to use this disc as a handle and stretch the neck of this piece back out. All right, so my bad, I was wrong. They're actually folding this back over, and this is going to create just a little bit of a rim of I would say a different colored glass, but this glass is transparent. So this is just going to fold the glass onto itself and create just a little bit of a texture difference. And it's going to create a much thicker rim for this piece as well. Oh, so that thermometer in front of the furnace is just the air in front of the furnace. So it looks like it might be around 70 to 80 degrees over there. So they're feeling a little toasty. So to break this piece off just like earlier, they apply a little bit of water again to that connecting point and then tap the pipe. And this time it's being broken off into those Kevlar gloves. Those are protecting Gabe from the heat of the glass as he holds it. They're torching the bottom to get rid of just leftover little bits of sharp glass. And then finally this is put away in the annealer where it will slowly cool down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. This is a really important part of the process. This will hold it in there at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit and then slowly cool down with the click of a button. So I was just asking about what they're working on right now to share with you guys. So first of all, this project is going to end up being a wine bottle. Yeah, so the soda actually gets trapped inside of the glass, especially when they gather over it one more time. And then it's going to create a bunch of really small air bubbles throughout the glass. And he was just telling me how this is different from when they usually use the baking soda. Usually they just dip it in and then immediately gather over top, and this creates large air bubbles. But this time they're cooking it in and they're kind of pushing it into the glass and getting it in all of the little cracks and crevices before they gather. And this will create smaller air bubbles than usual. And they actually already have a color applied to this glass underneath that layer of clear that they're dipping into that bucket. And it's really hard to tell what color any glass is when it's really hot like this. So I just wanted to point out that they already have that color. So whenever we apply pressure to the glass bubble, like right now, he's rolling the glass onto this large metal table. This is pushing the glass in, and it can actually shrink the bubble inside just a little bit. So those little puffs of air are enough to kind of re-inflate that bubble again. Yeah, the glass is so hot that we actually have to be careful how much we blow sometimes. We have to blow really, really softly. And this is especially true when it's really hot and really thin at the same time. Right now, the glass is still pretty thick around this bubble, so they don't need to worry as much. So just as I briefly mentioned earlier, they're gathering over this one more time, a layer of clear. And this is going to trap that baking soda in between those two layers of glass and create all these small air bubbles. And sometimes after gathering clear glass, they'll go over and use this pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water, splashes water up onto that pipe, and it cools it down very rapidly. And then usually once they have all the glass they need, they move over to the center bench where they start to fully blow this out and turn it into its final form. In this case, it's going to turn into a wine bottle. And after gathering a fresh layer of clear, you usually see them go in with this wooden spoon-shaped tool here called the block. This will smooth and even out all of that fresh glass. It makes sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside. And next, Ben is going in with a stack of newspaper soaked in water. That's what this pad is right here. And as he's using this pad to kind of shape this glass and guide which way the bubble's blowing out, someone will briefly blow into the end of the pipe every now and then. And it's really easy to miss because of how quick it is. As I mentioned earlier, we have to blow really softly for brief amounts of time to make sure that we're not blowing it out too thin. So I'm not sure exactly why they do this. They don't really need to, but they always start their projects on the side benches and then move to the center bench where they fully blow it out. And that's just a pattern that I've noticed over my year of working here, is that they start on the sides and then move to the center. It's maybe like the center has a little bit of a better view from the cameras or something. Not entirely certain, but they will usually finish off their pieces at the center bench. And if you're wondering about the furnaces themselves, I don't think I've shared this yet, but these open face ones are running at around the same temperature, most likely between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And there's not really a significant difference between these furnaces. One may be a little bit bigger than the other. And then the glass furnace stays at a very consistent 2100 degrees Fahrenheit 24/7 to make sure that it's nice and warm. So all of the furnaces actually run off of natural gas and forced air. And then our torches run off of propane and oxygen to give a little bit more of a focused flame. So right now they just want to work on the body of this bottle. So they're just going to heat up the body with this torch and allow that neck to stay nice and cold, since they don't want to blow the neck out anymore. So it may be a little bit hard to tell, but they're just heating up the very bottom of this piece right now and pretty much nothing else. And this is so that they can flatten the bottom of this piece without altering any other areas of the piece at the same time. And they're simply going to use a wooden paddle to flatten the bottom while remaining on the side of the piece with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades. And this is going to push that glass into a nice crisp corner with a flat bottom. And at this point, they've just been heating up the end of this piece. So to bring some heat back to the rest of the piece, they're going in with that large fluffy flame and just hitting any areas that are cold, really. And while they keep this piece nice and warm at the center bench, over on the left bench here, Gabe is getting started on a punty. This is a second pipe with a clear attachment that'll be attached to the bottom of this piece over here. And this will allow them to break this piece off from the pipe that it's attached to right now. So now they attach this punty right to the center of the bottom of this piece. And once this connection is set up a little bit and isn't moving as much anymore, they will apply a little bit of water to that connecting point between the piece and that previous pipe. And this water is going to cause some purposeful shocking and cracking in the glass. So it breaks away just at the point that they apply it. And then tapping the pipe will create a vibration that travels to those small cracks created by the water, and it breaks that piece cleanly off. So now from here, they have access to the other side as well as an opening, and they can start to finish this piece off. And this right here is just them making sure that the bottle is actually centered on the bottom to that pipe. All right, we'll take a 1 hour lunch break. And welcome to everyone who joined us in the hot shop recently. So today we've been working on a couple of different projects. The one that we're going to get started with right now is these pictures down on this front pedestal right here. And these, of course, are holiday themed with the upcoming holidays. So these are candy cane pictures. And the way that we're going to be making these is by using something called cane. So just kind of like candy cane, we have glass cane too. These are these sticks of colorful glass. And this is how we're going to be getting those perfectly evenly spaced stripes of color across our piece. And we'll usually get started on the side benches before kind of moving to the center bench and finishing our project off. And that's what this tray is laid out for over on that right bench. This is where we're going to lay our cane out, those little sticks of colored glass. And just in case some of you haven't been in a hot shop before, I just want to give a quick overview while they're getting started here. So this large tank with the closed door is our glass furnace. And we actually have two of these in the hot shop, one over on this side and then one on the other side as well. And these hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each, and they stay at a pretty consistent 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And they run 24/7 to stay nice and warm at that temperature. They're always ready to use. They run off of natural gas and forced air, just like our other furnaces that Gabe is using right here as well. And these open face furnaces, they only use for reheating. They run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer for reheating that glass. And right here, Gabe is preheating this tray. There's nothing on it as of right now, but he wants to make sure that it's warm, and then he'll place the individual pieces of glass down and then preheat the pieces of glass as well. And this is important because we are going to be rolling molten glass over top of the cane to pick them up. And if cold glass touches something hot, like that molten glass, it will actually crack and break that cold glass from thermal shock. So we have to be a little bit careful, just kind of preheat the glass. And over on the left, if you're wondering what's going on over there, those pieces were made probably yesterday, if not a little bit earlier. And they were sitting inside of the annealer, which is that large black box, to slowly cool down. So now they're finally able to be touched. They're probably around room temperature now. But they still have yet to be finished. There's a process that a lot of glass objects actually go through that you guys never get to see, which is called cold working. And this cold working room has all sorts of kind of grinding and polishing machines, like a belt sander, for example. And they will shape the glass even further and smooth everything out. And as they continue to work on their project, I'll continue to just follow along and explain what they're doing and why. But I want to make sure everyone knows that if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And could I actually have that cane pulling video, please? So up on the screen, there's going to be a silent video. I'll talk over it to explain it, but this is how we're getting those colorful sticks of glass. They will usually start off with a piece of color on the end of their pipe and wrap it in a couple of layers of clear, which you could see here. And they will form a cylinder before attaching a second pipe to the other end. And they'll usually stretch this almost across the entire front of our hot shop. It gets pretty long. And in the video, they lay this glass out over top of these wooden ladders. This is to prevent that hot glass from touching the cold concrete. It's going to prevent thermal shock. And after it's cooled down enough to handle, they will cut it up into usable pieces, like you'll see today. And they will lay these out on a tray before rolling a clear bubble over top of them to pick them up. In our case today, I think that we're going to be rolling a white bubble over top, just so we have a white background with the red and green cane in front. And from there, you just kind of blow out the piece however you wish. And you can alter the cane design in many different ways, but today we're just going to be twisting them to get this nice spiral. So at the center bench, as we were watching that video, they've already laid the cane out on that plate. You can see a good view of it up on the screen. We'll have 3 red and then 1 green, and this will be a repeating pattern to surround the entire bubble. And over on that left bench, we're getting started with the application of color for that white background. And this is going to be through a technique called a color drop or color overlay. So Gabe is heating up that color on the end of his pipe inside of the furnace there. And Sarah's getting started on a small clear bubble. That color that Gabe is heating up is going to be dropped directly on top of that small clear bubble. And just in case you guys didn't see it earlier, this is a piece of that color bar. This is how we're getting that white color. It's just solid colored glass through and through. We get it shipped in bar form and then chop them up into usable pieces. And as for the color itself, I get asked about it a lot. It's different metals and minerals mixed into the glass. So for white, it is tin and antimony, which are 2 metals right next to each other on the periodic table. And that color that Gabe just brought out is a little bit large, so they're going to section it off. They're just going to use as little as possible for any project. Colored glass is a lot more expensive than clear glass, as you might imagine, and glass itself is also expensive. And after heating up that small section of white again, this is brought back over and dropped directly on top of that clear bubble. And this is just cut off, and they're going to lightly press this down and eventually start rolling this color back to completely cover up that clear bubble. And this color that's left over on the end of Gabe's pipe will most likely just be set aside, and then later on they can pull it back out to use for the very next picture as well. And once again, I think that there are a few new people in here, so I just wanted to restate that we are making these little pitchers that are down on this front pedestal right here, just a water pitcher or any cold drink that you might put in there. And these will eventually go into the Museum of Glass store. So to start rolling this color back, Sarah's using the Marver, which is this metal table you see up on the screen. And earlier you may have noticed that I was mentioning that the clear bubble is cold. It's a cold clear bubble. And this is important. We have that hot color on the cold clear. So as we're pushing it back, that clear bubble can still maintain most of its shape. And the color is the only thing moving over top of it to cover it. And once we have this color, we will have to let it cool just a little bit before gathering our next layer of clear. Whenever we have color in a piece, it's not 100% color. It's usually sandwiched between many layers of clear. So now that this color has completely covered up that clear bubble, they're just going to let this sit and rest in the room temperature air and cool down. And this is going to cool pretty quickly, actually. Glass does cool down pretty fast. And now for those who haven't seen it yet, they will be gathering out of the clear glass furnace. When they gather, you'll see that the glass is textured a lot like honey. It's very viscous, very sticky, and this is why they have to constantly keep turning as they come out of the furnace. If they were to stop, that glass would literally drip off and onto the ground, which is pretty satisfying, honestly. And right after getting a fresh gather of clear, you'll usually see them using this wooden spoon-shaped tool here. This is called a block. And this will kind of smooth and even all of that fresh glass out so that the bubble will blow out evenly from inside. And right here, Sarah is blowing a little bit of air into the piece. And this is just pretty much a small puff. Once they bring this bubble over to the center bench, this is where they usually fully blow the piece out and turn it into its final form, in this case a pitcher. And you just saw Sarah use a pad for a moment there. This is actually just folded up newspaper soaked in water. And we use that very frequently as a tool that almost allows us to use our hands to shape the glass. So Sarah was using the newspapers on the side of the glass bubble, and this created a longer, narrower shape. And this is actually important because they want the side of this bubble to be relatively long or flat in this shape so that they can pick the cane up around the side of the bubble very easily. And after letting this layer of glass cool down, they should be gathering one more layer of clear over top of this as well. And once they gather this last layer of clear here, they're going to start heating up this tray of cane. We want that cane to probably be around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, if not a little bit warmer. And that bubble with that fresh layer of clear right around it is going to be nice and hot and able to pick each of those pieces of cane up. And every now and then the pipe will start to get warm, especially after gathering layers of clear, because you have to go kind of deep into that hot furnace. So over on the left, Sarah's just using a pipe cooler. That's why she's seemingly disappeared around the corner. This is just a trough of water. It splashes water up onto the pipe. And now that those pieces of cane have been preheated, Sarah comes over with that fresh hot bubble and places it down on one end, turning all the way around to the next end. And this should create an even pattern of cane around the entire bubble. And as I mentioned earlier, this is just going to give them those perfectly straight lines of color across the entire piece. And to make sure that the cane is touching down all the way around the bubble, they'll usually start rolling it on this large metal table here called the marver. And this is the biggest marver we have in the hot shop at the center bench here. So they'll work with really large pieces on that table sometimes. And right here, Sarah's starting to twist the cane. It's a really subtle change in movement, but she's just allowing the tip of this bubble to rest on the marver as she continues to turn and just hold it in one spot. And this is going to slowly start twisting all of those little lines on the surface of the glass. So right here, Sarah's twisting that glass again. You could see how rapidly it's changing as she does this movement. And next, it looks like Sarah's actually going into a mold on the floor. And this has grooves going all the way from the top to the bottom of the mold. And so this is kind of holding onto the glass as she turns, and this is creating a much stronger twisted pattern than if she were to just roll it on that table as she was earlier. Now that mold is usually used to create lines in the glass physically, like a physical texture on the outside of the glass, and it's called an optic mold. And this pattern, even though it looks really good right now, is not completely perfect. The lines actually do not finish all the way on the end of the bubble. Some of you may have noticed that. And so to make sure that the lines all come to a perfect spiral on the end, they will cut off a complete chunk on the end of this piece. And this is just going to get rid of any excess clear glass and any imperfect design, really. And that was really fast right there, but he just created a little knob on the end, like a little handle, and he dipped it in water. That's what's inside of this bucket behind the bench. And so this rapidly cooled down that really small piece of glass, and he's going to use it as a handle most likely when he comes back out. So let's see, he's using this end piece of glass as a handle. He's going to hold on to it as he continues to twist the rest of the bubble by turning the pipe. And then that excess glass is just cut right off. And in this stage, they're going to start blowing it out quite a bit and getting closer to its final form. And this happens really quickly. The glass actually blows out a lot faster than many of you might think. You actually have to blow really softly to prevent it from blowing out too much and getting too thin sometimes. Now this large fluffy flame, I haven't mentioned it yet, but this is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And this torch is going to allow them to heat one area of glass specifically rather than the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. So in this case, they're heating up the back end of the piece because they want to create something called a jack line, which I'll show you in just a moment. So now going back in with the pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades here, they're going to create a jack line, and this is where they're going to break this piece off the pipe later on, is from this divot or line that they're creating in the glass. And for those who weren't here earlier, this pad that Ben is using right here is simply a stack of newspaper soaked in water. It's just some folded up newspaper that he's using on the side of this piece. And this is going to help them get that nice straight side for this picture that they're going for. And as you can see, they focused a lot of heat onto just the very bottom of this piece. And they're using a wooden paddle to flatten the bottom of this piece out. And they're remaining on the side of the piece with the pair of jacks, those two metal blades once again. And this is really pushing that glass into a nice crisp 90-degree corner on the bottom. And now that this piece has cooled down a little bit, you can really see that perfect spiral coming all the way to the end of the bubble, which is now the bottom of this piece. And now that we have the bottom half of this piece complete, we're going to be attaching a second pipe to the center of the bottom and then breaking this piece away from the pipe that it's attached to right now. And this is basically going to flip the orientation of the piece. And you'll see that in just a moment. And it looks like we're adding a little pad of clear glass to the bottom of this piece as well. And this is most likely to protect the colored cane that's on the bottom. And if that doesn't quite make sense, this is because the cane is actually on the surface of the glass. You remember we rolled the bubble over the cane. And so to protect that cane from breaking away, when we break this second pipe off later on, we want to make sure that it doesn't chip anything. So we just add a little extra clear as protection between the second pipe and the bottom of this piece. And while they're keeping this piece nice and warm at the center bench, over on the left, Gabe is preparing a second pipe that's going to be attached to the bottom of this piece. And the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. And once again, the purpose of the punty is to give us access to the other side of the piece. So this is attached right on top of that clear pad that they created. And then to break this piece away, they will apply some water to that breaking area and then tap the pipe. That breaks it off very cleanly. So now, as you can see, we have access to the other side of the piece, and we can start to open this up and turn it into that final pitcher form that we're going for. And after heating up the front end of this piece, Ben goes in with a pair of tweezers. He's pulling the opening away from the rest of the piece to kind of get rid of some excess imperfect glass. That breaking point is usually a little bit thicker and the breakage is often a little bit uneven, so this is just going to make that opening to this piece perfect. And to open this piece up to get those straight walls, Ben is going inside with that same pair of jacks. So we use the jacks throughout our entire process for many different things usually. And to make sure that the sides of this piece are remaining straight, Ben is going back in with that stack of newspapers. And while they're turning, this can also be slowly pushing the piece outward from centrifugal force, which is the outward pulling force from spinning, of course. And so we constantly have to keep the glass turning to kind of work with and against gravity sometimes. Otherwise, the piece will just slowly slump to the floor. But at the same time, if we spin too fast, it causes that centrifugal force. And sometimes we use that purposefully, sometimes it's something we have to work against. So while they keep this glass warm, Sarah's creating another small clear bubble. And this is going to be used for the handle on the side of this pitcher. So now Sarah has come over with that bubble, and this is placed on the lower half of the pitcher first, and then brought up, and then cut off. And this is going to trap that air inside and create our handle. This will be twisted up and attached to the top as well. In that first connection we had when it first touched down on the lower half of this piece, you can see that's a really, really hot connection. It's going to stay there for sure. It's going to be secure. But the second connection is usually a little bit colder. It's thinner glass. So they will usually torch it lightly, just as Gabe did there, to make sure that that connection is secure. And having a bubble as a handle is going to do a couple of things. It's visually appealing, but it's also going to make the piece a little bit lighter overall instead of having heavy solid glass on the side of the piece. And they're getting really close to finishing this piece. Now they just need to create a spout that's on the opposite side of the handle, and this piece should be pretty much done. So to create this spout, they're going to heat the edge of the lip using this really hot handheld torch. They're just heating up a really small area of that glass, and then Ben briefly goes in with a tool and pushes the lip out. And this has created our spout for the piece, just as simple as that. And you can always tell when we're getting ready to put something away when you see somebody get dressed up in these Kevlar gloves. And this is going to protect Gabe's hands as he picks the glass up. Actually, in this case, it looks like we have a large tool that's going to hold the piece of glass. And just like earlier, to break this piece off, they apply some water to that connecting area, causing some shocking and cracking in that area of the glass. and then tap the pipe. And this is going to be held upright, upside down, so that they can torch the bottom, getting rid of any leftover sharp ends. And this is also when they would stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. There we have it. And this is going into the store eventually, but first it has to cool down at least overnight so that it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you. So that is the annealer. Once again, this is going to hold everything inside of it at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and then with the press of a button, slowly cool everything down to room temperature. And we should get started on our next picture very soon. We may be going with the same design, or we may change it up a little bit. So if you miss the beginning of the process, feel free to stick around for that. And once again, if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. All right, so if you missed the beginning of the process, at the center bench, Gabe is now reheating this tray. And this tray is going to have pieces of cane laid across it in a pattern of 3 red and 1 green, 3 red, 1 green, so on. And if you haven't seen it already, the pieces of cane are just these sticks of colored glass. And just to hold up a little example, I know it's kind of hard to see from far away, but it's just a simple stick of colored glass, and we call them cane, kind of like candy cane, but glass cane. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Today we've been working on a couple of projects, but currently we are working on these pictures that you see on this front pedestal here. And these are eventually going to go into the Museum of Glass store. They're supposed to be kind of peppermint pictures. They're a little bit holiday themed. And at the center bench, they're working on the beginning of this process, which is including laying those individual pieces of cane out. And cane is just these little sticks of colored glass. You could see a really good view of it up on the screen. And over on that left bench, we're going to get started with the white background color that you see underneath those stripes of color. And this is through a process called a color drop or color overlay. So they're going to create a small clear bubble, and then they're going to literally drop a small bit of white colored glass that is completely molten on top of it. And then they'll roll that white color back to completely cover up that clear bubble. So you'll see that entire process over on the left bench. And Sarah's up front here making that small clear bubble. So this is the very beginning of our process. And could we have a view of that left bench, please? Thank you. So over on that left bench, I just wanted to point out that Gabe, who currently has this pipe inside of the furnace, is working with that bit of white color. And if I didn't show it off already, this started off as something called color bar, which I'm holding an example here in my hand. It's just some solid colored glass through and through. And since this is a large amount of white, they are going to section it off and just use as little as possible at any point in time. Colored glass is pretty expensive, more expensive than clear, and glass itself is already expensive. So Sarah's holding that pipe straight up with that clear bubble, and Gabe has just dropped that bit of white color on top. And you'll notice that the clear bubble is pretty cold and that white color is applied really, really hot. And this is going to allow that clear to kind of hold its shape as that white is pushed over top of it to completely cover it. And this metal table that Sarah will roll the glass on is called the marver, this small metal table in front of the furnace. And we have these throughout the hot shop. We have these throughout the hot shop. The biggest one we have is at the center bench here where we work on most of our projects, of course. And you can see up on the screen that white has pretty much been completely rolled back, and it's now covering that clear bubble. And they will have to gather a couple of more layers of clear over top of this as well. Whenever we make a colored piece, it isn't entirely colored glass. We usually will have just a small layer of color sandwiched between multiple or many layers of clear. And right here, we're just letting this glass rest and cool down in the room temperature air before we gather our next layer of clear. And now if you haven't seen them gather out of this furnace yet, you'll be able to see it now. And I always like to point out that the texture of this fresh glass is a lot like honey. Seriously, it's very viscous and sticky. So it will just stick to the pipe and whatever is already on the pipe, including that glass that we have. And if they were to stop turning, this glass would drop towards the floor because it's moving so much. And after getting that fresh gather of clear, we will always go in with this wooden spoon-shaped tool here. This is called a block. It's going to smooth and even all of that fresh glass out. So when we blow our bubble inside, this is going to blow out evenly. And right here, Sarah's blowing into the pipe just a little bit. At this point, they don't blow the bubble very big. But later on, once they move this bubble to the center bench, they'll fully start to blow it out and turn it into its final form. And right here, you see Sarah using a pad on the side of our bubble. And this is actually folded up newspaper just soaked in water. And we will use that to create a longer, narrower shape of the bubble. This is going to help them pick the cane up around the sides of the bubble a lot more easier, a lot more easily. So you can really start to see that long shape now, especially. And it looks like to make sure all these pieces are turning out around the same size, they'll measure just how wide this bubble is. And once again, we're letting this bubble cool down before gathering that next layer of clear. And this next layer that we gather, I believe, is the last layer of clear we need before we pick up those pieces of cane. So there, Sarah's gathering that last layer of clear. And at the center bench, Gabe is going to start preheating these pieces of cane. Once again, these little sticks of glass. And these are going to be heated up to probably around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We want them up to around that temperature, if not a little bit higher, so that the clear glass that's fresh on the surface of the bubble will stick to them very easily. And it looks like Sarah did a strip gather. This is when they let some of that glass drip off the end of the pipe and into a bucket. And that bucket is actually specifically only clear, so something that's nice about that is they can basically just crush it up and throw it back into the furnace to be reused later on. And up on the screen, you see a pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water. And it will cool that pipe down very rapidly so that they can handle the pipe closer to the glass again. And it looks like Sarah's just come over with that bubble and is picking these up. So this is how we get those perfectly evenly spaced stripes of color across our entire piece, is by using the cane. And we're not done with this design quite yet. We still have to twist that cane. As you see with these pictures here, we have a twisted design rather than just the lines going straight from the bottom to the top. And to make sure that this cane is flush with the bubble, this is going to be rolled on the marver, which I mentioned earlier is this large metal table here. And this is where they're also going to be slightly twisting this cane, getting that twisted pattern in there. And you'll see how Sarah does that in just a moment. So to get this twisted pattern, you briefly saw there that Sarah's resting the tip of this glass on the table as she continues to turn, and she's mostly holding it in place on the table as well. And this is twisting and dragging that glass just from the way that she's holding it and turning at the same time. And to twist this even further, she's put this into an optic mold, which has ridges going all the way from the top to the bottom. And the ridges will hold onto that glass, so as she turns, it's going to twist it even further. And you'll notice with this glass that the design isn't quite going all the way to the end. The cane kind of ends, and then there's some clear on the end of the piece, so they're going to be cutting off a little bit of excess glass at the bench when they sit down. So to cut off this excess glass on the end, they're going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and creating a divot in the glass. And at this point, the process starts moving pretty quickly. They start blowing it out pretty big and turning it into its final form. So right there, Ben just created a little ball on the end of that bubble and then dipped it into water. And that's cooled down that really small piece of glass all the way on the end of the bubble very rapidly. So now he's going to be able to use that ball of glass as a handle, hold on to it, and twist the rest of the glass even further when he comes back to the bench. So he's going to hold on to this excess piece of glass with a pair of diamond shears like he is right here. And as he's turning away from himself, he's continuing to hold onto that end piece of glass, and this is just twisting the rest of the bubble. And then quickly he goes in with that stack of newspaper soaked in water again, and he's holding them on the side of this piece only. This is going to make sure that the piece turns out a kind of narrow, long shape that we want for the pitcher. And this torch is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces, I always like to point out. But the torch will focus some heat to one area only. Meanwhile, the furnace will heat everything up all at the same time. So they can focus some extra heat to one spot using this torch. And in this case, this is important because they're going to create something called the jack line in a moment. So using the pair of jacks, these two metal blades, Ben is going in and cinching down, but he's not cinching down all the way. We want an opening so that we can blow air into the piece still. But this line or divot that he just created is actually where we're going to break this piece off the pipe later on. So it's a little hard to tell, but Ben is just heating up the bottom of this piece right now. So as it comes out, you can see the heat is focused on just the bottom. And this is so that they could flatten the bottom without altering the rest of the piece that they have so far. And to do this, they simply use a wooden paddle. And they remain on the side of the piece with that pair of jacks as well, making sure that the glass doesn't push out in a different direction. And just like that, we have a flat bottom for this piece already. And you can really see how that spiral finishes perfectly to the bottom now. And that's because they cut off all of that excess glass earlier that just had a little bit of clear. And right here, they're just applying a pad of clear glass. Just a little bit on the bottom. And this is a little bit hard to explain, but as you saw earlier, we rolled the cane on the outside of the bubble, which means that the cane is on the surface of this glass piece. And we want to protect that cane by using this little bit of extra clear on the bottom, because we will be attaching a second pipe right over top of that clear pad. So now that they have the lower half of this piece complete, they will attach the punty, which is the second pipe, onto the bottom of that clear pad that they created. And then to break this piece away from its original pipe, they just apply a little bit of water to that connecting point and then tap the pipe. That breaks that piece cleanly off. So now, as you can see, we have access to the other side of the piece, and we have an opening on that side. So we can start to open this piece up and finish off our pitcher. And now after heating up the opening of this piece, Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers and he's pinching and pulling the opening away from the rest of the piece. And this is all just excess glass that's going to be trimmed off using a pair of shears. And this is because when they break the piece off of its original pipe, this connecting area is usually a little bit thicker. That breakage can be a little bit uneven. It's just a little bit imperfect. So they're getting rid of those imperfections. And now they should have some nice straight walls and a really thin, straight opening. And to open this piece up, they use that same pair of jacks, just going on the inside of the piece here. And to finish this piece off, we need to create the handle for our piece, and then of course the spout on the opposite side of the handle. So over on the left side of the hot shop there is getting started on our handle, and this is just going to be a small clear glass bubble that's going to be brought over and then placed onto the side of our piece here. So now Sarah's coming over with that clear bubble. This is placed on the lower half of the pitcher first, and then it brought up towards the upper half where they can finish that handle off. And since they cut that end of the bubble in such a way, this is an enclosed bubble inside of this handle here. That first connection was really nice and hot, but the second connection they're going to need to torch a couple of times just to make sure that it sticks, since it was a little bit of a colder connection. And this handle, because it's a bubble, is going to just be more aesthetically pleasing, but it's also going to make the piece a little bit lighter overall, as you can imagine, instead of just having solid heavy glass on one side of the piece. And now to create our spout, they're going to go in with this really hot handheld torch, and they're going to heat up just a small section of the lip. And then all they need to do is go in with a small tool and push the lip from the inside out, and this is going to create a small spout. So just like that, our piece is pretty much done, and they're going to prepare to break this off. And always before breaking a piece off of the pipe, you'll see them torching the connecting area between the piece and the pipe. And next they will apply a little bit of water, just like they did earlier, to break the piece off of our first pipe. And Gabe in the back has this contraption that's going to hold the piece upright so that they can torch the bottom lightly and apply a stamp to the bottom. So there they are applying that water, causing some shocking and cracking in that connecting area, and then tapping the pipe to break it off. And as I mentioned, they're going to torch the bottom. This will get rid of any leftover sharp ends, as well as allow them to stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo for this store. And then finally, this is put away inside of the annealer, which is the large black box over on the right wall. And this will slowly cool that piece of glass down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And we will get started on the next piece very shortly here for those who just joined. And today we're just working on a couple of different things. Right now we're working on these little pictures here that you see on the front pedestal. And it looks like today we're twisting the lines a little bit more. So we're going to have some smaller, thinner lines that are across the entire piece. And we're going along with the same theme though, with the 3 red, 1 green, 3 red, 1 green. And this is all going to start with our tray at the center bench here. We're going to heat up these little pieces of cane, which are those sticks of colored glass. Welcome into the Hot Shop to those who recently joined. You guys joined in at a great time because we are about to take this bubble that we've created over on that left bench and we're going to roll it over top of the cane that we have at the center bench here. And for those who just joined, cane is basically just these little sticks of colored glass. We have a bunch of them laid out on this tray that Gabe is heating up right now. And we want to make sure to heat these up lightly before we roll this glass over top of them. Otherwise, the cold glass could crack and break from thermal shock or heating up too quickly. So right here, they've just come over with that clear glass bubble. And this has white underneath it as well. This is going to give us the appearance of a candy cane. So we have this white underneath with the red and green stripes over top. And now we have our sticks of cane applied. This basically just gives us perfectly spaced even stripes across our piece. But from here we want to make sure that the cane is fully embedded in the glass. So they're going to start heating it up and rolling it on this large metal table next to the furnace here called the Marver. So now that the cane is flat to the bubble, Sarah's actually going to start twisting this cane, also using the Marver, this large metal table, by allowing the tip of the glass to rest on the table and then continuing to turn while holding it in place. And this is going to twist that glass kind of by dragging it. So you'll see that in just a moment. And it looks like she just started doing that just a moment ago as well. So right here, this is twisting the glass, the way that she's dragging the glass across the surface of the table. And the cane on this bubble is not all the way to the end of the bubble. There's a little bit of excess clear on the end that we need to get rid of. And so once they are done twisting this, they're going to sit down at the bench and they're going to cut off a lot of the extra glass on the end. And I probably didn't mention to you guys already, but just so you know, if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over to answer your question. And it can be about the building that we're inside of, it could be about the glass process or anything really. And right here, Sarah's using an optic mold on the floor, and this creates a loud noise, but she's using the grooves inside of this mold to hold onto the glass and continue to twist it even further. So now you can see this design is a lot more twisted than it was before. This is just a little bit of a quicker way to do that. So the glass furnaces run 24/7. These furnaces with the closed door, and the closed door really helps insulate it so that it's not letting heat escape. And then all the other furnaces we actually turn off at night and back on in the morning usually. Maybe an hour to 2 hours. The furnaces that we mainly use are a little bit smaller. There's a really large one that we hardly use that's to the left of this center bench here. And that one would definitely take much longer, but and now sitting at the bench, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades. And you can see he's created a ball on the end of this bubble. And he's actually dipped it inside of a bucket of water that's behind the bench here. And that has quickly cooled down just that small little piece of glass. So now he's going to be able to use it as a handle. He's going to hold on to it and continue to twist the rest of the glass that's on the bubble. And he's going to hold on to it using this pair of diamond shears right here. And of course that little end piece of glass is cooler than the rest of the glass, but it's still not very cold. It's probably a little bit above 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So the artists down on the hot shop floor today are our full-time Museum of Glass hot shop team. So even if we have visiting artists coming in here, usually you'll still see these guys down here supporting those visiting artists too. So you'll see a lot of these guys if you come back. And going back in with that pair of jacks again, we're creating something called the jack line. This line or divot right here is where we're going to break this piece off the pipe later on. Yeah, so we use these wooden paddles at the center bench that Sarah's holding for many different things, and they're charred black because we use them to flatten the bottom of our pieces, which you'll see in just a moment here. But she was also using them to shield the artist Ben's arms as he was working on the glass. And that's something that we'll do very frequently, especially if we have larger pieces of glass. It's becoming more and more important to protect the artist's hands and arms. So right here, we are using this wooden paddle to flatten the bottom real quick. And while the bottom is being flattened, the jacks are still remaining on the side. And this is pushing that glass into a nice crisp 90-degree corner on the bottom there. And Sarah's coming over with a small bit of clear glass. This is just placed right onto the bottom of this piece. And this will be flattened down into a little bit of a pad. And this is where we're going to be placing a second pipe in just a moment here so that we can break this piece off of the pipe that it's attached to right now. So the working temperature for glass is definitely below its melting point. The melting point's at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And then glass is pretty much completely solid at 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. So I would say the working temperature is probably somewhere in the middle there. And the piece of the center bench is pretty cold at this point, so it is closer to that 1000 degree Fahrenheit side right now. So I think the best way to describe the earlier steps in this process is we will take a heated pipe and then stick it into a giant pool of molten glass and then turn, and then kind of like gathering honey on the end of a wooden dowel, it will gather that glass on the end of the pipe. And then the pipe is like a straw, so all you have to do is blow into the end of the pipe and that air passes all the way through and it inflates that piece like a balloon. And so this glass is actually pretty thin right here. It's getting thinner and thinner the more we blow into it. So even though it's getting bigger, we still have the same amount of glass. So these pieces have each taken about 30 to 45 minutes. I think we've made 2 of these so far, so this will be our 3rd one. And we started making these at around 2:15. So yeah, they've been getting a little bit faster and faster each time as they start to kind of get into the flow of things too. So getting closer to 30 minutes each. And after heating up the front of this piece, Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers, and he's just going to pull all of this excess glass away from the rest of the piece before cutting all of that excess glass off. So he's going to heat this up one more time and then cut it with a pair of shears, kind of like glass scissors. So the way that it's been described to me is the pipe is kind of like a frying pan handle, so as long as it's not directly in the heat, it's not going to heat up very much. And then anything that is in the heat is going to heat up. And of course, the larger amount of glass that you have, the more the heat is going to travel towards your hands, and so you may have to cool the pipe down using water, but this is actually a relatively small amount of glass. And this little cone-shaped tool here is called the Soffietta. And we'll use this, as you saw, to just kind of reinflate the shoulder of the piece and widen that area of the glass. So while they continue to keep the main body of this piece warm at the center bench, Sarah is creating another small clear bubble, and this is going to be attached to the side of the piece to create a handle. So now to create this handle, this little bubble is brought over and attached to the lower half of this piece, and then pulled up before being cut at the top. So now we have a completely sealed off bubble inside of that handle. And to attach it to the upper half of the piece, they simply twist it up and make sure to use that little torch to make sure that that connection is secure. And once we have our handle secure and the shape is correct, all we have to do is create a spout on the opposite side for the water to come out. And having a bubble handle or a hollow handle like this will do a couple of different things. This is going to be, first off, it's just going to be aesthetically pleasing. It's going to look good. But it's also going to make the piece a little bit lighter overall, since we have no solid heavy glass on the side of our piece. And to create this spout, we're going in with this small handheld torch. And then all we have to do is stick a tool inside of the piece and then push the lip out. And that is our picture pretty much complete. And to break this piece off, just like earlier, we're going to apply a little bit of water to that connecting point, and then all we have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break this piece cleanly off. And this is set upside down onto a paddle so that they can torch the bottom of the piece, and this is going to get rid of any leftover sharp ends, as well as allow them to stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo for the store. So there, they've stamped the bottom, and this is going into the annealer, which is the large black box over on the right wall. And this will slowly cool this piece of glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. It's just going to be held in there at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and then with the click of a button, it slowly ticks down. So that picture is finished, and we should get started on the next one relatively soon here. So if you missed the beginning of the process, you can see how we got our color to begin with. And actually, could I have the cane pulling video, please? So I haven't shown this video in a couple of minutes here, but up on the screen we have a video going of how we got the cane in the first place. So we'll start off with a large amount of color on the end of a pipe before wrapping clear around it, maybe 1 or 2 layers. Then we'll attach a second pipe to the other end before stretching it across almost the entirety of the front of our hot shop here, just like in the video. And then this is laid out on 2 wooden ladders to cool down. We want to make sure that the hot glass doesn't touch the cold concrete floor. Otherwise, we could get cracking and breaking from thermal shock. And once this is cooled down, they break it up into usable sized pieces before laying them out on a tray. And then we can take a bubble of glass, whether it's clear or it has a background color like today, just like this one here. And then we'll roll this over top of the cane to pick them up. And from there, we can pretty much do anything with that cane design that we wanted. We could twist it in different directions. We could create squiggly lines from it. But today, we've just been simply twisting it to get almost a candy cane-like effect because the holidays are coming up.